Hello. Hello. How we doing? Hello, Armalis. Hello, hello. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Hello. Did I do everything I think I did? I have like 20 things I have to do at the start of my stream and I always forget one. Hello, how are you? How are we feeling? Okay, I was gonna say, I thought I went back to the old color scheme, but yeah, so the khaki green is still there. You cleaned the apartment! What do you mean again? Is that like a frequent occurrence for you? I'm sorry, Armalis. How'd that happen? What did I want to do? I wanted to do like, another smaller refactor. I wanted to put the, persistence stuff into its own directory. Which would be, specifically, let's start here. Struct persist. I find it weird to call this struct persistence. I don't know. What should we call it? Is it weird to call this struct persistence? Probably. I don't know. Storage? Maybe we'll come up with something better. I'm sorry, Armalis. Explain what it does. Basically just manage the SQLite database. Like, it's literally just gonna have like a DB SQLite pool, and that's it. That is the extent of it. We're gonna put a let's do all of that, sure. It could just be, well, the thing is we have more than one database. Let's call it local database. That's what it is. You're right. Why not be as specific as we can? You're completely right. It is the local database. We create the database in there. We also do this here. Does SQL export a result? It does. Sure. Self. Question mark. Okay, self DB. And there we go. But yeah, like, I know the feeling of, like, banging your toe on something is the fucking worst, so I'm sorry that happened to you. And so then the first one will be all of this except for the left-right stuff. Async event load state. I mean, I feel like I do very little SQL, to be honest. So that must be very coincidental. Hello, Lily, why are you regexing me? Why am I being regexed? So here we just want to return to the state. An SQLX result of state. Every DB becomes self-DB. Pow, 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 pow. I think it becomes... Hold on. Maybe it has to be... like this. Pow, 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 pow. Are we happy now? We're much happier now. I suppose you do, yeah. This needs to be important. Everything's much happier now. This has to be okay. Do we have any unwraps in here? No, right? I mean, I guess we have this. Yeah, that's fine, though. That's fine. You found an early bit of Lily Rust code when you were writing a Linux cheating toolkit in Rust, and it has that... Really? What does it do? It has, it's parsing some X strings RWX. Is it parsing some directory listing thing? According to your code, it captures start, end, permissions, offset, def major, def minor, inode, and path of... What's in prog pid maps? So this one has to be pub, that's fine. And that means we can now remove... I mean, this entirely here, really. Yeah, that's fine. And so this one no longer has to use any SQLX things. I don't know, I feel like the more you use Rust, the more you appreciate the lifetimes. I know when you first start using it, it's just kind of like, oh, why do I have to do all that? That's so overcomplicated. But the more you use it, the more it's like, oh, it's actually brilliant. It defines virtual memory. Not the point at all, but it's just so cool how everything in Linux is a file. It is so cool. Like, it's just such a cool way of approaching everything. Virtual memory regions mapped by the process. Does every process have those, or is it just if it does something in particular? And then we also move this thing into here. So let's also put async fn store event there. I guess we can just do that. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, whoops. No, this one. What? What? I'm confusing myself. Every process has them, okay. So basically in that directory there's going to be entries for every process, correct? There, so we can just do this. Oh, and it also needs self. Oh, it's much less unhappy now, good. That's so cool. I don't know, Linux is so cool. I really like Linux. Not that that's surprising, you know, but still. And so this then becomes left, right, new, from empty, persistence. No, let's db equals persistence. No, local storage. A local database. Dude, new also needs to be public. All of these need to be public. New await. Hello, Cubizzle. I'm doing great, thank you. How are you? This is db load state. Have to unwrap here, that's fine. Okay. I'm liking the way this is structured so far. And now this here, now absorbs second. Let's move that over to here. I think that makes the most sense, yeah. Let's do async, async fn send notifications. The postfix await was weird at the beginning, but now the prefix await keyword looks wrong in other things. Well, they both have advantages and disadvantages, really. The nice thing about the postfix await is that it just makes it much easier to chain calls. Hello, Agashi. How are you? Are there any other languages that do postfix await? Yeah! How you doing, Agashi? This becomes a just an event. Adam Socrat, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. We are indeed still coding Maya. Of course we are. Imagine not coding Maya. That would be a real mistake. You can try again, feel free. So this entire thing goes out of here, which means this also goes away, and it goes into here. Oh, what are you doing? Event. How? What? Why would you? You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Did I see one? Hello, Caillou. How are you? You want to refactor your speech patterns. I like that. Self here becomes state. In all of these. Good. Very nice. Oh, you're still in Austria. Nice. How much longer are you gonna stay for? Oh yeah, I did see that, Lily. I don't know exactly what it means, but I did see it. Oh, what's an SLM? So this here also goes over to here. Yeah, this also needs access to the logs, yeah. I put it in the completely wrong place. The entirely 100% totally wrong place. Because it goes here. You are state ID. And you also need the logs. Wait, so is this still the emulator, Lily? You're going back to the UK starting on Thursday. Okay, are you gonna fly directly or how are you gonna travel? Small language model, an LLM but trained on... Oh, okay. And what is an MMU? Sorry, I don't know any of these acronyms. Take this and move it over to... Move it over to here. Remove you. Remove all of the SQL stuff from here. Yeah, that's fine. Logs and logs, and now you're happy. Good. Very good. Fix all. On Thursday morning, you're taking a train back to Vienna. Afternoon layover there before... Oh, then you're flying from Brussels. You can use a song command if you want to know. Why don't I use Rust Rover? Because it's basically the same thing. It is entirely personal preference whether you use the separate IDs or just IntelliJ, which can do everything. So, but I'm assuming there's like, you know, pre-made Linux images that run on RISC-V, right? I like how it doesn't list the artist, that's very helpful. According to my thing, the artist is called the Junior Sound Design. So, there's that. So this one's gonna be interesting. This one I'm gonna leave because I'm not entirely sure how to cover this one yet. What are you unhappy about so far? Message deleted, that's fine. We'll find a solution for this too. What do you mean duplicated? I don't think that's duplicated. Navigate to do... Oh, okay. It is duplicated. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, there's a train from Brussels to London? Isn't there like a body of water between there? You know what I mean? You're gonna blast music so loud that it wakes the dead. Oh boy. And get Whisker. Wait, so as in like executing Windows using it or running. You know what I mean? Oh, what's up, full stack? What's on your mind? There's a tunnel under the body of water. I didn't know that. That's cool. I didn't know we built a tunnel. Why did this happen? You don't want to publicly talk about it? Okay. You're allowed to when you feel like it would help you, but of course you don't have to. In 1990, okay, well, you know, that's when I was born, so I guess I should have known about it. No, I didn't know about it. But I guess it's cool that we did. I didn't know you could, like, can you drive through it too? Hello, Winter. How are you? Can drive the ends and they put your cars in special trains. Wait. I want... Eurotunnel. Car. Train. Oh my god! That's a... I have never seen a train for cars. That's crazy. It's like a normal train except there's cars in it. This makes me so happy. That's incredible. And it's called Le Châtel. Of course it's called Le Châtel. That's amazing. I mean, I've seen a ferry, yeah, of course, but, and I've never seen a train for cars. That is incredible. I love it. I'm sorry to hear that, full stack. I mean, since you whispered it to me, I can't really, like, talk about it much here, but, I'm really sorry to hear that. Of course it's I'm not surprised that it's technically possible, I'm surprised that it was done. Wait, how do you get to the top? And, like, you probably have to, I mean... How do you lock the cars down? Because, like, you know, when the train accelerates and decelerates, then, you know, they have to be, like, locked down somehow. Isn't an underwater bridge kind of like an oxymoron? How long is the train, Ryan? You've been learning how to type on a split ergo keyboard. You got the Lily 58. No trackball. Sad. Are you happy with it? Oh, you just use your brakes, okay. So I guess there's just a little bit of, like you pull your handbrake and there's a little bit of, distance to, like, account for any, like, little bit of movement. Okay. Oh, they ask you to park for, okay, so it's actually, You don't keep distance, you're basically supposed to, like, if something happens, crash into each other, I guess. Why did they put her in the keyboard? Because there were already 57 lilies, so they figured, well, might as well put number 58 into a keyboard so we don't have too many of them. Alright, what's this? I don't know how to pronounce that. Öresund Bridge. Something like that, probably. Oh, just a tunnel. Okay. A combined railway and motorway. Okay. Okay, so it's first a tunnel and then a bridge. Okay. But what do you mean by the bridge goes underwater? 2.5 hours, okay. You keep getting your space and enter mixed up. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to a new keyboard layout for sure. You wonder how long the tunnel took to build? That's a good question. Let's see. Uro Tunnel. Tell me about it, Wikipedia. What? Why are you linking? I'm just gonna switch to. I don't know why Google insists on giving me German results if I have selected English only like a million times. Oh, but because I happen to live in Austria, I must want to see German results. It was built. When was it built? When was it built? When was it built? 1990. Okay. 1990 to 1994. I don't know, 1988 commenced? Okay, 6 years apparently. Oh my god, look at that thing. That's some real machinery right here. It is a sandworm, that's true, yeah. Can a nerd have too many keyboards? Depends on the amount of money the nerd has. Ow. Your wife uses a normal mouse and keyboard for 5 minutes and she suddenly qualifies for a disability pass. No, I'm the same way. I'm really bad at using a normal keyboard now. Does your wife use like an unconventional keyboard layout? Oh, the island is artificial, okay. Hello, Andy, how are you? At its opening, it was the longest tunnel in Europe. I have something to say to that, but it's inappropriate. Aww, a cool video on YouTube where the French and English digging teams reach each other and share a handshake. That's really cute. Cycle between... Wait, that must take so long though, right? Hello, Redis, how are you? I mean, how are you gonna use a tunnel as a bunker though? A vertical mouse, damn. It's a DAS keyboard. Is it a brand or? It's not about the length of the tunnel, is what you do with it. I guess. What's events here? Oh, this thing. Okay. Well, that's because no one has redeemed background colors to turn them on. I'll only turn them on if someone redeems it. Purple it is. I was born here. I was born here, Andy. So technically, I never chose it. It was kind of thrust upon me, or rather, I was thrust upon Austria. Hello, Kale. How are you? Thank you, Cubism. Dude, I would literally die if I wasn't eating for 33 hours. I would literally die. Did Austria ever recover? Well, we managed to recover from 2 world wars, so I'm assuming we can get over the fact that I was born here. There was a lunar eclipse? I didn't know about that. I'm doing great, thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy you're here, and I'm happy I'm here. Okay, DB is now local database. No, you have to choose one, Cubizzle. You only know Grumpy Pete? Well, then you can either look at the fishy dossier, or, well, you could choose Grumpy Pete. Good evening, Idrin. How are you? So here we want to do... Well, let's start by event is at this thing here. It's not a scam. Ooh, head crab hand. Head crab hand. Crab head for crablang. Alright, so here we want to... I mean, you don't even need the... No, you don't need the database at all. I mean, I guess you do. That's okay. So this one just becomes... a database store event. Oh no, no. Events database store event. Oh wait. Uh-huh. You choose Pete. Oh, okay. I will give Pete a treat shortly. Pete is a good choice. Pete. I love Pete. He's a very cute Pete. Bond Rude Gaming, thank you for the follow. How are you? Pete is optimistic. Yeah, I would say so. He's a happy fishy. Well, not all of it. I would say there's a pretty fair distribution of love among them. But Pete is the reason I built the aquarium, to be fair. Because he was always so grumpy in the pond. He was always so grumpy, and I couldn't go an entire winter without a grumpy fish, you know? That would just have been crazy. An entire winter, an entire season without a grumpy fish. What is this? Oh. Events and event here. Programmers who don't code in their spare time for fun will never become as good as those that do. I think that's true, yeah. No, I think, obviously, like, the more you do something, the better you're gonna become at it, so... And that's a big part of what I mean by passion, you know? Like, enjoying it, doing it, being motivated to do it a lot. What do you mean by Smurf names? Hello, Shyam, I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Grumpy is a Smurf. I mean, I didn't name anyone after a Smurf. I never really watched the Smurfs, to be honest. Hello, Brown Hounds. I've been doing well, thank you. How about you? The UK executive government is an official state position for a cat. What does a cat do? Ooh, what you doing with Rush, Giant? And you now no longer take the writer, but can I stop having pressure on my ear? That's very annoying. Ugh. So instead we take a channel here, I think. Yeah, we take a channel here. So we create a channel here for... The cat's called Larry? Hell yeah. Oh, you started learning today morning. And you made a guess game. Nice. What'd you make it with? Like graphical or in the console? We create the... Here. This is what I want. In the console, okay. Chief Mauser to the cabinet office. The job requirements are killing mice. Is that like a historical thing that they had like a lot of problems with mice? Just do it more. So the more you do it, the better you're gonna get. I don't think there's any tips I can give you. Just like, you know, keep doing projects you enjoy and just, you know, do it as much as possible. So this is event. I don't think this has to, these have to be pub even. Hello, Velka. How are you feeling? And so this will have to be... Let's call it process, and it will be a Flume sender event. Process send event. This doesn't need to be an await. But it does need to be an unwrap. I mean, it just depends on which theme you prefer, Nuga. It's just for people who, like me, prefer light theme. I only use dark theme on stream. And so this needs to be a clone, which is fine. Then you can actually take an owned value. Hello, Mad Moose, how are you? The most difficult part for you is learning the design patterns needed to avoid ownership issues. I mean, do you need any design patterns for that? Oh, your shoulder! Have you been having, like, pain issues while typing?
For you.
Okay, now here we need to set up basically what we do here. Hello, Federinan, how are you? For the backend, I use Actix Web, though not heavily. I might in fact end up switching to something lighter because I don't really use a lot of Actix's features, so it might be overkill. That dude, thank you for the follow, how are you? You need to learn some conventions at least. I guess it depends on your approach. Personally, I learn a lot better by just doing something and solving problems than, like, learning how other people do something. The reason I don't use Axum in any of the tower stuff is that it just ends up being trait hell. The documentation is really bad, and like the error messages you get, you just can't do anything with them. I know a lot of people like Axum, but whenever I try using any sort of tower stuff, it just always kind of goes to shit. But who knows, maybe I'll end up switching to it because I don't really use a lot of my... Who knows, maybe I'll even switch to something more low level. It's not literally Discord clone, it's kind of just to give people an idea of what the project is. Really, it's just like a chat server and a chat client. Lost in Kangshenjunga, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Well, it's not IRC, it's very different from IRC. IRC is synchronous, this is asynchronous.
If I know who you are,
No, I don't use Socket.io. I use WebSockets.
love is always patient and kind.
Here, this is what we need. Hello, Spaz. There's something on my head. No, there's something below me. This is really just, wait, where do... Oh, I see. Wait, so what does, No, we do want RT spawn, is what we want. We want RT spawn. This thing. And then this just becomes receiver. Import. Has to be mutable, apparently. Kind of strange, but okay. Tokyo is a... How do I sum this up in a way that's not too wrong? It is... You know what? I'm just gonna say it wrong and people are gonna correct me. It is, an implementation of... Basically an implementation of async in Rust. So it takes care of, like, scheduling tasks and, it provides a runtime for futures to run on and all that sort of thing. Why am I using Rust? Of course it's not a crime, Fenrinan. You can ask anything. I'm using Rust because it's my favorite language. Like, I specifically chose the project to be able to use Rust, and since it is a, Jane Teal, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Oh, hype train, my goodness. Wait, 2 months? 12 months? Dude, these Twitch notifications are so confusing. It said, resubscribe for 2 months, they've been subscribed for 12 months. That makes sense. Thank you for the 12 months, Jane Teal. But yeah, so, since this is designed to be like high-performance software, it makes a lot of sense to use Rust over Golang, because, you know, Golang is garbage collected. Golang is also really ugly, and I don't want to write it because it's ugly. You managed to build a pretty extensive Axum API server and you're dumb as nails. I'm sure you're not dumb as nails. Oh, TypeScript is great. Like, I would say TypeScript is the best general purpose language there is, but this thing here is not general purpose, you know? Benrenan, thank you for the follow, and Armalis, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Have I ever played with Bevy? I've not. Bevy is game dev, right? I don't really do game dev. Okay, and this one just needs to be... None of that. Event. Writer. Append. Event. Has to be another clone that's kind of unfortunate. A writer publish and a writer send pub notifications, a writer enter unwrap capture logs. What's the syntax for that? I forgot. Like this? Apparently. Oh, Brunto, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Hello. Do I not use Copilot for auto-completion? I don't use Copilot for this project. I don't like using AI. I find using AI really boring. No, I hate Next.js. React is so terrible. I do have to use Next at work, but it's honestly just a horrible piece of software. How was your stream, Ubuntu? Hello, Raiders. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. How do you benchmark Rust versus garbage collected languages? You write the same thing in both languages, then you run them both and you see how they perform, right? I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, okay. Let me put it this way. I hate the tech stack, but I don't hate the work, you know? Honestly, I think Next is terrible for beginners. I would not subject any beginners to Next. If the only beginner whom I would subject to Next is someone who I would want to stop programming. I think Next is like Next is so overcomplicated. And I fully expect any beginner who has to do Next to like just give up on programming. I work from home. I've been to New York exactly once. It was one of the worst weeks of my life, and I will never go back. I absolutely hated my time in New York. And that's despite everyone at Gumroad being extremely fun to be around. What happened? It's just a horrible place. I think it is an incredibly... It is a terrible place to be in. It is incredibly stressful. It is an incredibly... The entire atmosphere in that city is stressful and depressing. Like, literally, I was non-stop there, surrounded by wonderful people, and I came home, and I had to take, like, 2 weeks off of everything because I was feeling so... Because, like, just the stress and just the atmosphere of the city clung to me. Even as a tourist, like, it was a horrible place to be in for me. I mean, I got hugs there. Like, literally, I was around wonderful people, but just literally, I remember this so vividly. Going down to the subway, walking past a terrifyingly large puddle of blood, and no one said anything. It was completely normal for everyone. That's just how things are there. And everyone you see there is so stressed. They're like, everyone there is just in a constant state of stress, and it is just a really, really unpleasant place to be in. I don't know how anyone wants to live there. And they're like, oh, this is the greatest city in the world. Like, you should have to be in. It's like, what? Why would you want to be there? Also, the food sucks. The only good food I had there was a steak. Everything else was so bad. New York pizza, garbage. Toss it in the trash. Hello again, how are you? Odin Hassan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, fat dude. Talk soon. What's Leptos, Ubuntu? I feel like I've asked this before and promptly forgotten, so here I am asking again. Oh, enough head crab for now. I mean, Nux is view, right? So obviously you would prefer, like, as much as I don't like Next, the worst part about it is still React. But yeah, so I'm not doing any Gumroad work now, but I do work for them. I do like, I've been recently mostly working on Flexile, but I will be switching back to Gumroad soon. And yeah, it was pretty stressful for a while because, like, there was a real push for people to come to the office, and obviously that wasn't happening for me. I'd like literally, in order for me to work from New York, he would have to pay me like $3 million a year. I don't think I would do it for less than that. Obviously that would never happen, just to like put into perspective how little I wanted to be there. You'll do it for 2 for a while? I mean, I would consider it for 2, but I don't know. Like, you would have to take into account just how much of a downgrade it would be in terms of quality of life. Like, a year of your life is not... It is like a long time, right? Oh, I'm sure you can have good food in the US, just not in New York. The steak was good, though. The steak was good. Leptos is a Rust frontend framework. I wouldn't want to use Rust for frontend, to be honest. It's just like not the right thing to use, not the right tool for the job, you know? It is true, Rust is better than Rails. It's like, not even close, yeah. I mean, I like Vue quite a bit. I do like Svelte a little bit better, but Vue is great. We use Cursor at work, actually, and Cursor's decent. I do use Cursor for the autocomplete. Like, given how much boilerplate you have to write in React, Cursor's really useful there. Baton, thank you for the follow. How are you? You need the logs, and you need the event. And you need to be awaited. Uh-huh. So why are you unhappy? A wreck of async. Okay. Well, but that's the thing. I don't think you should use WebAssembly for frontend, like, ever. Because it's like, not only is it slower than using the DOM directly, it's like if you... Now, let me rephrase this. If you use the DOM, it's slower than if you were just using TypeScript, so why even use Rust? And if you don't use the DOM, it's impossible to do any kind of accessibility. That's a good point, Wender. If you're like constrained in your typing, then AI can be super useful, yeah. I don't like that I have to clone in 2 places, but I don't think there's a way around that. I mean, to be fair, the events are pretty cheaply clonable, so it's not like a big deal. Alright, so... this no longer needs the logs. That's good. Thinking whether I want to maybe get rid of this file entirely. Because I mean, this here really should go into the API module anyway, since it's like, actually we use it here too, right? The send event thing. Yeah, we do. No, mute is mutable. Dog, you dork, Mad Moose. What do we need events here for? Oh, this one. Yeah, that makes sense. Just thinking about structure a little bit right now. What thing I want to put into which module? Can you? Yes, traits are basically interfaces. There are like slight differences between the languages here, but they are as close to interfaces as you can get. Yeah, if you're drawing to a canvas, then yeah. What kind of canvas? This is for a game, right, Ubuntu? Hi, you unhappy. Oh, you no longer need the logs, right? Wait! What if instead of cloning it everywhere? I wonder, I mean, we could just arc it. That might make more sense, just arcing it. We have like barely any clones here, right? Like if this becomes a reference, then this just needs to be a deref, and yeah, so this is trivial. But then you have to create them explicitly everywhere, right, Amarlis? Like then for instance, here, in all of these places I would have to explicitly create them. But if you make a macro, then that defeats the purpose, right? Like, so then whenever I like call .get, I would have to create a struct for it. I feel like that would be super annoying. I mean, it already is. Typical. Well, the thing is that these here, like these are generated code. I couldn't use that, I couldn't use that struct here, so I would just have to construct the struct in all of those places anyway. I mean, it is though. Typical. Purple? Purple. But yeah, I do get where you're getting at, Armalis. It's just, I think, not really possible in a way that's like not super annoying here. Red, okay. Red. But yeah, I think we could arc it. That might make more sense than cloning it. How about that? If we here just do arc new. then you want to be a arc event. You're happy now? Mm-hmm. And you also want to take an arc event. Can I just do this? Ooh, nice. No, why is this a board now? Arc event. Import. And then for this one, we implement arc event here too. And why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? What do you mean? Identity reference. What do you mean? I need to double deref. Okay. Wait, that's I don't think I like that. Why are you unhappy? What do you want from me? Oh, it needs to be a borrow. That's why it's unhappy. What do you mean? Arc is maybe more expensive than clone because I'll lock the cache line. What does that mean? I don't think it would be a super expensive clone. You usually add sref until it compiles. I guess that worked, thank you. Have we tried feeding the unhappy code some nuggets? Not yet. Interesting idea, though. I'm gonna be completely honest here and say I have no idea what a cache line is. So you would just clone the actual event? So, but like, what is a cache line? I don't think I've ever heard of a cache line before. Hello, Justice Cruz, how are you? It is just a copy, yeah. I mean, I'm down to just do a clone. I'm fine with that. So this, we take owned values everywhere then. That's fine with me. What database am I using? I'm using SQLite for the local storage, and I'm using Scylla for the log storage. I'm doing great, thank you, Justus. It's true, Discord is selling CSS. This is true. It means that they're selling people things that are trivial to implement using CSS. Alright, no arc then. If arc is no longer our friend, then that's fine with me. Alright, so we can now remove any clones we have here, which are only 3 anyway, but since it's now an owned value, that's fine. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is very technical. I can feel my brain turning off. This is computer science, and when my brain sees computer science, it's like, you know? For now, none probably, Shyam. Just, look at whatever you can use to solve any kind of problem you have. But so basically the learning here is if you can cheaply clone, or relatively cheaply clone, then don't over-engineer things using an arc. That seems to be like the... Okay. I will keep that in mind. I don't think I'm using arc in a lot of places anyway. Why is... Can I ignore this, please? Apparently I can't. Wait, I think I have to go into like a workspace or something, right? I know there's a way to... ignore a file using a pattern. And I know I did this before, and for some reason it doesn't do it anymore. This doesn't even exist. How about in Flexile? I know I do this in Flexile somewhere. Is it in this one? No. Where is it? I know I have some here. So if it isn't this one, why is my IML file gone anyway? Hello, Random Martin. I'm doing well, thank you. How about you? Arc clone is kind of expensive when the memory being shared gets touched by multiple threads. But if it doesn't, then why would you even use an arc? Correct. The event doesn't get modified. The event comes from NATS, so like the central event bus, and it doesn't get modified. You just came home from watching the lunar eclipse. Was it nice? Yeah, I don't know why this uses XML. I don't know why my IML file is gone anyway. What if I do like some setting here? What if I just create it? What if I just do chat server IML? I'm hacking IntelliJ right now. That work? I don't know. Doesn't seem very happy about it. Oh, it's here! It's not in here. It's here. Whoops. There we go. Now it's excluded. That took way too long. It was amazing. You had a great view to clear sky, Berlin. Hell yeah. But yeah, as you can see, I don't really use Arc very much. Oh, this no longer needs an arc. It's better to use RC over arc when you can due to atomic slowness. I mean, this one only needs to be an arc because it needs to be, clonable but be the same atomic. Because I don't think you can clone an atomic. I don't think this can be an RC. I wonder whether there's something else we could use here. What if I were to use RC here? I don't think I could, right? Yeah, then everything becomes unhappy. This does have to be an arc. Because I don't think atomic U16 is clonable. No, it's not. So I think this has to be an arc. Okay, so this is something we're gonna have to solve, and this is unhappy because this needs to be this also still needs to be public just so we can access it here for now. Here. Sometimes, you know, I want to move these two methods out to like a separate little, I don't know, some JavaScript server or something. Why do I need to clone the atomic? Okay. So, because we have So we're using left right, which is like a concurrency crate, which allows us to not ever have to log our local state, with the trade-off of keeping 2 copies of it in memory. So basically so there are 2 copies of the state in memory at all times. I was part of the reason why left right exists. 5 years ago I worked with John on it quite a bit. So this is like a huge trip down memory lane. Yeah, I know. It's super cool. I contributed a whole bunch to FMAP. Like, I can prove it here, look, look here, it's me. And here too. Yeah. But yeah, so here, due to left right, I have to use an arc here, and I'm using this atomic U16 to keep track of how many connections we have locally, because I just want to know. Basically, I need to know when a user first connects, and I'll just show you the code because I'm really bad at putting it into words now. Basically, when a user disconnects and they no longer have any connections on this node, then we send an event that the user is no longer connected to this node. If there's a better solution here, if you can think of a better solution, let me know. Best I could come up with now is an arc of an atomic on the user. It sucks to have like an atomic in an atomic, but like, I don't think there's a better way here. Hello, Johannes, how are you? Alright, so this here is gonna be... I mean, I guess it's not too hard of a problem to solve. I mean, literally, we can just run them both. Not a big deal. The strong count and the local connections count atomics, two different things, so it's normal to have both. Okay. Alright, I'm going to be right back, and then I'm gonna finally give Grumpy Pete the treat I promised like an hour ago. BRB. Emblaze TV, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Hey, Grumpy. Hee Grumpy. Uh-oh. No grief. Is it really necessary for you to splash some water out of the aquarium, Grumpy? I don't think that was necessary. Got that all wet. A little dummy. A little dummy. You gotta be a silly little fishy. Why you gotta be a silly little fish? I'm gonna give you a treat. Go when you splash everything with water. Huh? Go when you splash everything with water. What's that all about? What's that all about, huh? What are you so grumpy about it? Why are you such a grumpy fish? Why are you such a grumpy fish? Huh? Why are you such a grumpy little fish? Why are you so grumpy? Why is God you so fishy? You are rude. Fishy you are. Good little fishy. You're so good. So good. Have a treat. Little gold. Good little goldfish. Hello. Hello. Alright, so I think that should work perfectly the way it is now. It could be worth considering getting rid of this file here, because it doesn't really do much at this point. I mean, this doesn't even need to. This can just return this, right? This doesn't even need to. I mean, I guess it does need. Huh? But if we capture DB here, and then put this down here, then. And then do this, yeah. Oh! Oh, I see. I see the issue. That's what we can do when we... Should I just do that now? Because it's getting kind of annoying that this has to be public here and even has to hold a reference to it and, you know, Let me make sure everything's still working, and then I think we move the login and the sign up out of the Rust app. Let me start everything up. I think it should work. I don't think this would have broken it too badly. Test. Okay, everything's gonna work. Good. And if user 2 pops online now, that works. Perfect. And if I change my status to... I can't change my... Why can't I change my status? Oh, why can't I change my status? How did I break that? Where is it? Oh, I see. Wait, what? Wait. AI to locate oil fields? What? That's crazy. Okay, status setting works too. Wait, how do you use AI to locate oil fields? I want to know more about that. What should we use for the Node web server? What does SvelteKit use? I don't think we'll need SvelteKit, but what do they use? I see you want me to lie again, Janatiel. I love React, and if given a choice, I'd make everyone in the world use React. React is a library, not a framework. Every single word of that is a lie. You can use AI to interpret seismological sensor data to determine what's deep in the ground. Does that work better than just, you know, not using AI? Don't a lot of countries have, like, some kind of mandatory military service? Your workplace is so on the AI hype train right now, really annoying. Yeah, I know what that feels like. Your country has its own calendar. Like, exclusive to your country, or just like not the same that most of the world uses? I kind of want to move this out of Rust, but wait, so which calendar is it? Also, I wonder, since this is now only used here, could we just use SQLite connection here? Was very unhappy so far. Okay, so I guess it has to be mutable then. Okay. But I guess that's fine. Oh wait, but then it has to be mutable down here too, right? Why does it need to be mutable? Kind of weird. I guess if it has to be mutable, that's kind of annoying. So, I mean, I guess it would be mutable? I don't know. So what's actually the difference between the... Yeah, that's kind of annoying. That means it like reconnects on every... I don't like that. And this just returns a connection anyway, so... I guess... we do this, right? How? So then you have to... Why are you so unhappy? What do you mean? Why are you so annoying? So why does... You gotta be like that. Just drop it. Hello, Michael Reverie. How are you? Svelte is so cool. You use it for your job. That's really cool. Which company, or like what kind of company do you work for that's cool enough to let you use Svelte at your job? Man, Svelte is incredibly good. Like, Svelte is so good. The Ethiopian calendar has 12 months with 30 days each, and the 13th month with 5 or 6 days. So it's like a leap month, basically. Is it the same length as the normal year, though? Yeah, the problem is I don't really need a pool. That's like the thing. I only need like a connection. The pool is like overkill. Like the problem is that Oh, I misread that. It will return to the pool. I thought this was saying it will drop the connection because that would have been really stupid, but I guess that would defeat the purpose of the pool. I don't know why I even thought that. I mean, I guess it's slightly less efficient to use the pool versus using the... What does it implement acquire? Acquire... You mainly develop B2B software for the health industry in your country. Sounds like a cool company if you get to use Svelte. But yeah, I think the problem is that the if you use a database, it has to be explicitly mutable. If you use the pool, it doesn't. And I think if I were to just do drop group users here. Okay. I guess we need to like explicitly drop. I haven't used Svelte Kit because like I don't need any routing or anything like that, but Svelte itself is really, really good. How about we make this into a query as too? And make this like underscore... It was like that, right? U64 bool. Group user moderator. You recently migrated 2 projects from Svelte 4 to 5. You weren't sure about runes at first, but you grew to love it eventually. So the only thing that bothers me about Svelte 5 is that the changes they made to event handlers, that I think is a downgrade. Runes themselves I think are great. None of your clients know what Vue or React are, so they don't get a say. What kind of clients do you do work for, Madmoose? So, same here. This is now just 2 U64s. No, it's a U64, U64, and a U32. Surely it wouldn't be that smart, right? It is that smart! Sorry, and every time I underestimate Rust, it's like... How dare you underestimate me? I am so good. I am so incredible at everything I do. Frickin' Rust. Just too smart. Like, look at that type inference, it's so cool. Rust is so incredible. How about here? Can you infer this? You're just too freaking smart, it's crazy. Just too freaking smart. Okay, this one is... Yeah, exactly, Mikkel, exactly. That one I'm not a big fan of. But how do you create an SQLite connection again? Does it have like a connect or something? Where do I get the connection? I know there was a way to get the connection. I know there was a way. Don't lie to me. I know there was. Because that's what I had before. Hey Behemoth, how are you? It's not currently on GitHub or anywhere. No, I'm making changes much too quickly to want to have to deal with pushing them anywhere. But once it's deployed somewhere, I'll think about it. But it will get deployed. It is on a PC, that's true. That is true. I know there was a way to create a connection directly. Oh, I just need to import it probably, right? Oh, okay, well that makes a lot more sense then. Discord should be steered through a PC with backups? Let's say yes. Where would I recommend you start learning Rust? Personally, I'm always a proponent of learning by doing, so if you have like an existing code, like existing project in Python or C or anything, and maybe you could like rewrite that in Rust. You do work for a number of small companies. Most of your work is for a company that sells sport travel packages. Your backend talks to 5 ticket suppliers, 2 hotel suppliers, and a flight booking aggregator. Oh, so it's like basically a company that sells packages from other services, and your code basically facilitates that. Of course, Mikkel, of course. And so you're kind of use like I and we interchangeably. Is it like your company, or is it how does that work? Alright, okay, so this works for now. You're unhappy, and you're unhappy because... Why are you unhappy? Oh, this needs to be moved. That's fine. You're unhappy because this also needs to be mutable. I see. Oh, I see. So I guess we can't do that yet, right? Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, so I guess that's something we can't do yet. No, I am sick of this being here. I'm sick of this being here. Whisker now compiles and runs under Windows and Mac. Nice. How much work was that? It's your company with a partner. Nice. Real Naguilar. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Make a to-do app and use it to keep track of all the other languages you still need to make a to-do list app for. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, how about in order to just kind of be able to write this code properly, we just create another one of these. It just doesn't use the soft load library because it only compiles for that thing, and instead just uses the host float instructions. And so what was the advantage of the soft load library? How about... SQLite pool connect to... Where is it? This thing. And then I think the pool is clonable, right? Like almost certain the pool is clonable. I don't think it has to be arced. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because it's gonna be arced anyway. Are you making a joke, Ruse? I've never banned you. I don't think you ever even, like, got in trouble here. Hey, I ain't sleeping. How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. And it went over my head. Sorry, Ruse. Okay, so in here we can just do DB web data SQLite pool. And we do still need the events too, which is fine. Do we actually though? I don't think we do. I actually don't think we do. So this just takes the database. Python, thank you for the follow. How are you? Why are you so unhappy? Stop being so unhappy. Okay. That's a fun syntax. Oh, we can literally just, can we? I know what to do. I know what to do. Monday's upon you, but it's still Sunday. Yeah, we can remove. Oh, let me. Thank you, Kale. But yeah, sorry, Rose, were you like referencing something or like I want to understand the joke. Oh, so it's already Monday, like technically, like by my definition, it's not the next day until you sleep. But so I didn't realize you were that much ahead of me. Does SQLite have something like returning or something? Oh, it does. Ooh, ooh. Common SQLite W. Okay, so we want on conflict, do nothing. Returning. I mean, probably returning first, right? Uh-huh. 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 Sorry, your shoulder's giving you so much trouble, Winter, but thank you for being here. I appreciate you. What does that do, Sir Elfman? Weary scalar. I guess I can use that with that. Hell. Wait, I forgot there was this syntax which lets you like reuse query parameters. Oh no, your UI team is switching to React. I'm sorry to hear that. So what does that do, Sir Elfman? Supernumerary? What the fuck does that mean, supernumerary? I've never heard that word in my life. If you open statements and close the SQLite connection before you close all statements, you get a major memory leak. Oh boy. Is React better than Angular? No. Neither of them is great, to be fair, but like there's... React is the worst. I want to try using the macro thing. What do you need to do for that again? I think you needed to, where is it? There was like some CLI thing you had to use. offline mode. Doesn't work. Here. Sure. Cargo installs Glixly. Let's do that. Oh my god! I didn't realize I was gonna be installing this much. They said they're moving to micro frontend. You don't know what that is? Overhyped garbage. Flavor of the month nonsense. Buzzword. I mean, micro frontends are basically microservices, but on the front end. It's really strange. It's basically structuring like your application into like basically having every page be like its own project. It's definitely supernumerary. That's a good reference, Mad Moose. That is supernumerary. Yeah, you are right. Let's see, database URL equals SQLite, something like that, right? ChatDB. Cargo Sklix prepare. Does that work? Oh, you are so Wait, why does my thingy have to compile for you to do that? That is just annoying. That is just annoying. That is just annoying. What if I run that here, huh? What do you do then? Oh my god, you're annoying. You're annoying. Have I mentioned you're annoying? Oh my god, oh my god, you are so annoying. Anyway, let's make it so it's not super unhappy right now. We comment this out, I don't know, we comment this out. Ignore all errors for now. I just want to be able to run this shit. Come on, like, come on! Like, come on! What do you mean? Thank you. Can I do this now? Can I do this now? Warning, no queries found. What do you mean? You were supposed to... Huh? I thought you were just gonna generate a file so you then... Why does this need a macro to exist too? That's so dumb! Okay. Anyway, let me add a usage of their weird ass macro. Where do I have a usage of their as macro? Here. SQLX query. Okay, what now? So you've chosen death. Thank you, Romalis. I don't think this macro is very good. I think this macro is something that needs to go into the trash can. What? Okay. Hey, the machine, you need to go into the trash can. I don't think so. Yeah, probably Lily. How does this even work? I mean, so if I was to... Okay, I just want to see how this works. So this is one. What a weird syntax. So does this work in theory? Okay. Expected 0 parameters got 1. What do you mean? Why did you expect 0 parameters? There's literally a parameter here. Oh. Oh! This is... I thought this was the parameter. I thought this was just their weird syntax for the parameter. I don't know why they put that in like parentheses. That was so confusing. Okay. So it worked now. Now let's see what it generated. So it's per query for some reason. Hello, Wagon Tourist, how are you? Alright, and the thing is, I guess, for some reason, doing... this doesn't work. Because their macro was like dumb, I guess. Why is my SQL so yelly? I feel like having it not be yelly is weird. Writing lowercase SQL is like this here. This is strange. Writing lowercase SQL is just strange. Like that's just, you don't do that. That's like, it's not okay. Yeah, but I'm not gonna create variables for all of these. That would be gross. Nah, we're not using this macro. I don't like this macro. I don't like anything about it. Goodbye. Exactly. Caps lock is for SQL. I'm just gonna keep my own little macro that's not annoying to use. Guess what we're gonna do? It's a Sunday, but you're surviving. You just finished running through some of the band set that you play on drums. You need to recover some cardio conditioning you apparently lost, so you're gonna do this every day. How are you gonna do cardio? Like, what kind of cardio? I wonder, is there like any way I could do this without my... The thing is, their bind syntax is just so annoying. If their bind syntax was less annoying, I wouldn't need the macro. mean, I would be using it if it wasn't annoying, Mad Moose. If it, I feel like it could be implemented in a way it wasn't an. It could be implemented in a way that isn't annoying, but it's just not. Same with like the bind syntax. It's just not well implemented, I feel like. Like, to be honest, like SQLX is okay. I'm not super sold on it. I gotta be honest. Oh yeah, no, for sure. That sounds like cardio right there, Tourist. I do believe that. Yeah, Chandu, it's a RUST backend. So here we can actually just do $1, $2, $1. Same thing here, and then we only need 2 parameters. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah. Forgot about that syntax, but I'm very happy with it. No calling, just messages. For database, I use SQLite for local database and Scylla for messages. Hey, Ewo, how are you? Yeah, I mean, just handling tuples would be nice, yeah. Or, I don't know, make their... Like, I don't know, like, just handle tuples, yeah. Hey, Kate, how are you? I guess because they're Boros, but that shouldn't be an issue. Sorry, what do you mean, Lily? What do you want me to explain, Ewo? Cargo expand? I've never used that. What does that do? It shows your Rust source with all of the macros expanded fully. Really? Okay. I have to install that, huh? Is it worth installing? I mean, they should... No, they don't return a reference. They return a temporary value, I suppose. Alright, I'll try it out. One of the most useful tools. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what a quadlet is. I've never even heard of a quadlet. Whoa! Okay, so what I guess I piped that into a file. Probably. Let's see, in, I mean, this here is just what my macro is. It's just, calling bind for me, so I don't have to do that manually everywhere. Alright, let's use SQLX query. And now if I do this, I mean it's not gonna compile anyway, so is this even gonna work? Probably not, right? I'm assuming this just isn't gonna work because it doesn't compile like that. Like, I'm not sure we can use this here because it doesn't... Whoa. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, wow, that is... That does a lot. Why is it doing all that? That seems very overcomplicated. Yeah, it automatically creates a borrow, yeah. Oh, it like actually creates a why? And I guess there is no way to get it to not do that. No, the problem isn't the cast method, the problem is the macro. The problem is the macro, like I think this is incredibly stupid. Like if I wanted this to happen, I could just do this. I don't know why this forces you to no, I think the macro is just stupid. This should not create a borrow here. If I wanted to pass a borrow, I could pass a borrow. This shouldn't force a borrow here. It's the macro being stupid. Also, I don't think cast signed. You don't need the borrow. I don't think they should. I don't think it should be generating that. I think it's the macro being dumb. It does consume self. Okay. But yeah, like this is just really stupid because like you could just, if you wanted to pass in a borrow, you could just borrow here. But this makes it impossible to opt out of borrowing, so this is just dumb. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. I would consume self because it's copies, yeah. I don't think it's helpful though, I think it's just stupid. Trying but not succeeding? Yeah. That's fair, that's fair. And I don't think it's worth forking the crate for that. You can't help but notice how much energy flows into pleasing the Rust compiler instead of hacking away at the feature itself. I mean, that's any kind of static checking though. And it's always worth it, you know? Like, I would rather spend time pleasing the static checking than having to debug errors at runtime. Like, that's type checking in general, you know? Okay, I guess this macro is just unusable then. So it's so dumb. Why would you force the borrow here? So stupid. Oh well. Not using it then. So, I was going to just do... I might have. I might have, Morales. You might be right, yeah. I might have just forgotten. It's entirely possible. Here. For this, I'll just manually bind. Execute DB. I'll fetch one. Wait, so query scalar returns a... I'll fetch optional, that's what I want. And then we bring back this one. And then we do need events here. I mean, left right has nothing to do with this. This can be a U32. No, actually, in this case, I mean, kind of like Lily is saying, I don't even feel like we're spending a lot of time making the compiler happy. Not like an inordinate amount anyway. Oh, let's just do if let's sum ID something like this, I think. Or I guess let's just keep the ID. It's stupid to do it like this, to rely on the auto increment here. I was gonna do that, but I don't think that really makes sense to do here. Let me just do it like that. Huh? Oh, down here, right. I'll just revert this, I think. Just do this. This becomes event. There, then we need the DB here. This is events. All right. Have you told me what kind of emulator you're making, Mad Moose? Because if not, I would love to know about it. And this doesn't even need events at all then. This is just the database. Alright, good. Now what this means, why we're even doing this, is means this can now just be private. It is funny, yeah. What worked, Johannes? Your first ever gRPC app worked, hell yeah. Did you have fun making it? And now you no longer need to own this at all. Exactly, and now this here can just capture... Yeah. You can just have the database. Cool. Okay. This no longer needs events at all. Which means from here, we can just directly return the events. Mm-hmm. Debugging your Android app not compiling was not fun, but it worked? Why wasn't it compiling? And there's a case to be made for this file just being, There is a case to be made for this file just being removed and rolled into the main file. Because this here we could cover with that library we found. Android uses Gradle, and you need to make the Protalk Gradle plugin work and compile all the protobufs into a JVM object correctly in order to make the RPC calls. Oh, you were doing it in... Wait. You're using gRPC from Android? Oh, what kind of, like, application is it? Mm-hmm. It's a simple tic-tac-toe game. Okay. But like online then, I'm assuming, since it's like versus between two players. This is like my favorite point in programming where like, how does this ever work? This doesn't make sense. How wasn't this broken before? Online and multiplayer. Okay. Okay. That's good. I do like the structure of this a lot now, where this just handles all of the database things. This handles all of the WebSocket things, including sending out the notifications. Wait, what's Dune in that context, Mad Moose? Somehow I would like to move... Yeah, I would like to... I think it would make sense to move this into... the main, probably. Somehow. Not exactly sure how I want to structure it yet. Honestly, it doesn't feel like a year from this side either, Lily. I would have guessed like a couple of months. Commit now that it builds? Nah. I don't need to commit. I would rather make it not compile again. Wait, last week you were approached by a recruiter from a local company by text message. You didn't know how he got your number, but he asked if you could talk. He kind of did a phone interview asking you about stuff for the on-site interview. You thought he did well on that? You vibed with the CTO? You remembered you said you never worked with gRPC when they asked? A week later, you were learning gRPC instead of feeling bad? Wait, so like, did the call never end up coming? Oh, that's a shame. You're gonna learn gRPC regardless. Yeah, this is true. I mean, gRPC isn't hard to learn. Who knows? Maybe they're still gonna reach out. I want to try something. I'm assuming this isn't gonna work, but just for my own understanding, I'm assuming moving this to the request handler won't work. I'm assuming this wouldn't work. But I want to know whether it can. How you doing, Scythe? I mean, Discord is a huge application, so yeah, of course. I'm not even covering, like, a whole bunch of, like, Discord's functionality here. So I'm assuming doing self-send event won't work here, right? Exactly, because doing self events works here because we're basically destructuring self. But this can figure out, like, the lifetime. I mean, we could just, can we place the input here for it? I wonder. I don't know whether that works. Well, that's interesting that you can put that here. What, are they not doing the games anymore? I don't like it being here either, though. Keep it here for now. I'll think about this more later. Thank you, Monstar. What do we need to say to Reader right now? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's call this... And that should be fine, actually. I think. Probably. Call this events handle and call this writer handle. This should work, right? Yeah, okay, this does work. Hello, Namu, how are you? But yeah, I know the Discord, like, at some point tried getting into, like, the whole selling games business, and I guess they gave up on that. That long ago? I thought I distinctly remembered them advertising something like that much more recently. Do I have any tips for an aspiring aquaree? So someone who wants to... Okay, I think people usually use aquarist. Tell me a bit about what kind of aquarium you would like to have. I would love to chat about it with you. Like, what are your plans, your dreams for it? You literally don't know anything, but you are moving into a bigger space and you love animals. You need to do a lot of reading. So yeah, so doing research is super helpful. Just, you know, keep in mind, it's the internet. There's gonna be a lot of people with a lot of opinions that conflict with each other. So, the first decision you're gonna have to make is what kind of fish to get. You know, like, there's different kinds of fish, and if you have, like, a preferred kind of fish, then you can read up on that in particular, or, you know, at least make a decision between, like, freshwater, saltwater. I guess let me just even ask you, like, why specifically an aquarium instead of like another kind of animal? Also, I will be right back. See you in a moment. I'm back. Hey, Perseus. Your apartment isn't so big that you feel comfortable owning a different animal. You love dogs, but your apartment is too small for a dog. Fish are pretty and you like tinkering with things that need maintenance. That's fair, yeah? Maybe you can get a roommate and tinker with them. Can saltwater fish die from high blood pressure? I don't know. I don't know much about saltwater fish. Well, how much space do you think you would have for an aquarium? Like, how big do you think the aquarium would be? Because if you don't know what kind of fish, then, you know, have you picked out a place for it? And if so, how big would that place be? Because then, like, you know, you can choose fish based on the size of the aquarium. Maybe not more complicated, just different, you know? Yeah, it really just depends on how you set it up, you know? You saw medium-sized aquarium described as 40 liters to 100 liters. Well, that's 40 liters, I would say, is definitely on the small size. On the small side. There's like, you couldn't like really, you probably just couldn't have fish in 40 liters, I think. 100 liters would be fine for like a few small fish. Like 40 liters I would count as like, you know, more the nano aquarium size. But yeah, I would say like if you don't have a place picked out for it already, then start with that. Like think about where would you like to put it and what sort of size would make sense there. Because, like, for instance, I love goldfish, but you never want to keep goldfish alone, so you would want to keep at least 2 of them, and I don't think I would keep them under 200 liters. Maybe 150 for 2. 100 would be like, no, I wouldn't keep them in 100, no. This one is 450 liters for 6 of them, and in retrospect, I would not have put as many in. I am finally at the point where it is going super well. The plants are growing great, and it is not a lot of maintenance now, but 6 goldfish in 450 liters is challenging. Let me put it that way. That being said, goldfish are absolutely amazing creatures. Like, they are very much like dogs in the water. The measurements of this one are... Well, it is a Jewel Rio 450. It is, let's see. 151, 51, 66. So definitely like a big, on the big side for sure. I think I would say for a first time aquarium, it makes a lot of sense to get like a pre-made set, you know, like it was, despite me having replaced like a lot of things like the lighting at this point and just if I was to get a new aquarium now, I would not buy like a pre-build, so to speak, but since it's your first, getting an all-in-one to start with Probably makes a lot of sense. Are you in Europe then? I don't think they're like very popular outside of Europe. Norway, okay. I do think they make good stuff, yeah. But yeah, this allowed me to have like a great all-in-one entry for like, I think it was like 850 bucks or something. And then I've since added like, you know, I've switched out the lighting. Which if you do get the jewel, there's like this actually really good lighting set by the Chihiro's Universal. This is really cool because they're like kind of they are basically made for pre-builds of other brands. So you can use this in like Jewel and a few other brands. Like they come with adapters, so you can just because like a lot of LEDs you can buy for like the aquarium, they can basically only be used if you take the cover off. But I like having a cover just for safety's sake, and so being able to have like a lamp but still use the cover is super nice. Have a better lamp, rather. Of course, it comes with a lamp, but you know what I mean. It's just there's so many things to learn about, so many things to do when you first start out, and it just makes sense to have like a package that works out of the box, you know? Oh, which jewel aquarium were you thinking to get? Let's see, what do we want to do now? So this refactor I would say is pretty much done now. I'll maybe still get rid of this file depending on whether I end up using a library for this, because then there's just like, what, 50 lines of code in here, so it doesn't really make sense to have this as its own thing. Just thinking about the structure a little more, whether there's something to improve here. So this here reads a message, it decodes it, makes sense. It then sends it over to this one here, which appends it to the state, publishes, and then sends out the notifications. And in the meantime, it stores the event into the database and then acts it. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, the Rio to 40, that sounds great, I think. If you have space for that, I'm sure that would be 120 by 41, okay. How does that compare to the 290? Size-wise. This one's 121 by 41 by 55. This one's... Oh, this one's a bit more narrow, but deeper. That's an interesting form factor. They have a 350 too. I mean, I feel like instead of getting the, like, usually I'm assuming, yeah, like, I feel like instead of the 240, I would get the 350, you know? Because it's like the same width, but deeper, you know? Like, I feel like I could either get the 290 or the 350, I would say. Because this one is just like super, super wide, right? I kind of wouldn't get this one. Just like an inconvenient form factor. Or like the 180 if you really don't have a lot of space. In terms of fish, like it really just depends on their size. You know, like there's tiny swarm fishies, which you could put in like 10, 20 off depending on the size. Generally, I would say choose a type of fish. Look at how big they get. So a common rule of thumb that people like to apply is that it says like per centimeter of adult fish have like 2 liters of water. I would increase that to 4, just to like, you know, give them a bunch of space. They're taking out a mini bar that the previous owner put in, so deeper will probably be pretty good. That makes sense, yeah. Also consider like weight, you know, like if we like look at the 290 for instance, if this is like full, this thing probably is like 500 kilograms, you know, so like including this thing. So make sure that wherever you put them can handle the weight, and make sure that if you don't get like a proper aquarium under thing, that it can carry the weight of the aquarium. Because these things, you know, water is heavy. A liter of water is a kilogram of water, so yeah. No, I did too. I got the, they just sell them as a set, you know? I would just get the set. Just so you have, like, you know, one less thing to think about. Right, so one thing I really wanted to look into adding was searching of logs and messages. And I think, right, we were looking into, like, alternatives to, like, Elasticsearch and stuff, right? I know Lily mentioned, what was the alternative you mentioned to Elasticsearch? You said Millisearch. I don't know what that is. What is that? A melee search. Open source AI search. Really? Hey Spicy, how are you? Okay, so how does this work? Thank you, Namu. I appreciate that. I miss you too. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Do I ever do any Python stuff? I admit I don't like Python. I find Python so ugly. I mean, let's just go with Elasticsearch alternatives. What are some good alternatives to Elasticsearch? Number one, this one, okay. Yeah, type sense was another one she mentioned. Lightning fast open source search. No PhD required. That's good. I don't have a PhD. Are you a Python developer, Namu? How's the Discord clone coming along? Pretty good. Currently looking into adding message search. I've earned what random, Martin? You're a hydrologist. Is it someone who studies water? Oh, a PhD. You used to be automatically impressed at anyone who had a PhD. Man, did you get a rude awakening? Oh yeah. A hydropower company. I would love to know more about that, Namu. That sounds super cool. What am I up to now? Now I am looking into message searching. And I'm looking into the alternatives to Elasticsearch that you mentioned a while ago. Not really sure how to choose between them. Is there like anyone in particular that you would recommend? I guess I'll try this one out. You have a model which creates time series of incoming water into your reservoirs based on meteorological forecasting data. Well, that sounds cool. TypeSense is quite nice and flexible. Thank you. I shall try it out. I like how they went straight from 0.25 to 26. Alright, why type? Tell me about why type sense, yeah. Okay, that's not a lot of stuff. What is Algolia? Oh, that's... Wait, that's search as a service. That's crazy. I'll try this one, I guess. I definitely don't want search as a service. That sounds terrible. Okay, Docker. Yeah, let's set it up as Docker. Docker. Hey, Tukes, doing great, thank you. How are you? I don't think they decided to remove Rails from Earth. I doubt that. How are you, Tukes? Alright, I'm just gonna copy that. I'm just gonna copy that. Oh, why not? I don't really understand why, but yeah, there's people who really swear by Rails. What is LSTM? A neural network, okay. So what's it short for? 8108. Blob. Blob. I like that. I like that port. It says blob. Blob blob. Remember blob blob? That's a nice memory. Blob blob. It's an improvement over the previous hotness, which was called a recurrent neural network. I know, it is actually insane to me how little I know about all this AI stuff, just because the whole hype surrounding it just makes me so reluctant to learn any of it. No, I'm not going to deploy today. I'm looking into adding searching for messages now. Alright, so we install this, we have this, that's good. Then what? Installing a client? Rust? Work in progress and help wanted. Well, that's a good sign. Type sends. Is that the correct one? It is. I don't think Scylla is gonna be very happy about that, Mad Moose. Hey Prolifics, how come I don't use ChatGPT for all my syntax because I actually enjoyed coding? I don't want an AI to automate away something I enjoy doing. Also, I don't want to spend time arguing with an AI and having it generate shit code for me. How you doing, Prolifics? Does Rust have an ORM? It does, but not quite, you know, not with all the magic that, you might have in weekly type languages. Do I like the Odin project? It's like a learning thing, right? I only like tangentially know about it. Do you like it? A learning platform, okay. No, I learned to code like, you know, 18 years ago, so... Hey, Standard Pointer, how are you? Okay, so we initialize a client, that's fine. Do I think? Yes, absolutely. I think it's the only way to learn to code. I think code gets treated as like academia way too much when really it's a trade. Like there's no point in learning things like theoretically and doing like, you know, learning ahead of time. The only thing that's gonna make you better at coding is coding. Thank you for the follow, Prolifics. I appreciate you. Do you need to create a collection? Okay. Which I'm assuming you only do that. I'm assuming it's okay with you calling create on a collection if it already exists. Yeah, exactly. It is much more like woodworking than it is like I don't know. I don't know. I struggle to find a useful field where theoretical learning does make sense. a name, a type, and whether it's a facet field. Okay. I mean, I guess law. Yeah, I guess. I do work 100% remote. You would have to pay me a lot of money to consider taking an on-site position. The hell is JSONL? I know JSON, what is JSONL? I take it you don't then, Prolifics. JSON and XML? Why would you want that? You're trying to get into web dev, but you hate it when things don't work and you have to debug for hours? What made you get into web dev? I mean, the only things we need in there are the ID and the text, right? A friend recommended it, but you're IT support now. Do you enjoy IT support? Why do we need cores? Go away. You're very good at IT support, but sitting and staring at code and figuring out why it doesn't work can be frustrating. Do you mean you do that as a part of your IT support job, or is it more towards coding in particular? This is true. Hi Signal, how are you? Working from home is safer and you also save money. I think it is strictly superior. I mean, would you say you enjoy coding at all, Prolifics? Because at least based on that limited slice of information I have, it kind of sounds like you don't really. I mean, it's okay if you don't, you know? It's okay if you don't like coding. Not everyone does, and not everyone should. It might be that it's just not right for you. You're not good at working from home, you need a separate space. Some people really do need that, yeah, so it depends on whether you have like a room in your home that you can just treat as your office, and then, like, you know, when you're done working, you just kind of leave that behind. Alright, so... let's install this library. Oh damn, you define a struct and you derive the schema from the struct. That's interesting. That's actually kind of cool. Do I think certain personalities like coding more than others? Well, logical thinkers probably like it more. Alright, so let's see if we put, how do you then push to it? Well, let's just open this and see what happens. This is a type sense configuration. We don't need an API key. You're unhappy. Oh boy. Hello, Inalidump. How are you? How do I deal with looking at the Rust syntax? It looks so unpleasant. I find it super pleasant to look at. It's one of the biggest reasons why I use Rust, because I find it very pleasant to look at. It's also why I don't use Go or Python, because I find them incredibly ugly. But I suppose to a certain extent that's just, you know, personal preference. And so what do you do with the collect? So this returns a collection response. So then how do you... what do you do with that collection? You have to use like the... Okay. Kind of not helpful that their example doesn't include how to... how to push a document. Documents API. Well, there's no create. Is it index document? I get the feeling this isn't very done. They really do need to document documents more, that's true. Okay, I guess index document is what you use, yeah. So we just need an ID, and we need the text, yeah. And then it's just, Well, not this. Search, right. I feel like I have something in my eye. Okay, so basically we call, we create the collection here, and then when we, hold on, I gotta BRB, I gotta check whether I have something in my eye, this is so unpleasant. I don't know. I couldn't see anything. Okay, so basically what we need to do is where we create the message, we not just need to write to the logs, we also need to... I wonder what we should do when, like, one of them throws an error and the other one doesn't. This is interesting. I'll just add it here for now and see where we end up with it. Let's see. You need to... What do you take? You take a collection schema. I'll just create this manually, I think. I don't think we need the derive macro here. Or... No, you know what? We will use that just for... Should we just put it into the logs, maybe? Probably. How about... What can the derive macro do? Where does it come from? It's like a second crate, I think, right? Type sense derive or something? Incredibly well documented, too. I guess we're looking at the source for it. Are there any other... Any other attributes you can give it? I wonder whether there's like a skip or something. Because if there's like a skip, then we could just... Or do we just write the entire thing? I'm just arriving it on this. I'm doing it. Just arrive it here. You're unhappy. Okay, we need to derive deserialize on it apparently. Does it need serialize too? It does. Okay. You happy now? You're happy now. Okay. So how about... Does the create document API then just take... I'm assuming there's a way to just pass in... this struct then? Oh, you just need the configuration. Okay. I thought it would maybe be like a kind of struct or something. So I guess the logs then take... Well, how about we just move this entire thing into the logs? You now also take... Okay. That's fine. You take the message. Why not? Why is it not defined? I have to import it. I do have to import it. How did I just import? Oh, the document. Okay. Okay, I see. I see. And then this needs to take the typesense thingy. And can actually do anything with this collection that I get here. Not really, right? What else does the documents thing give me? Okay. So... let's just ignore this for now. And here... I see. Let's do the other one first. Let's do... typesense, APIs... documents... so you need a configuration, a collection name, this is really not very convenient. And then the body is the message itself, right? Okay, so you need a borrow. You need a borrow. Just gonna unwrap for now. How do I go from the message to a value? Surely there's a name to go from something that derives serialized to. Can I just do into maybe? No. It's not very helpful at all. What was the point of implementing serial? Why is there no documentation, by the way? No examples, no anything. So how do I get from this thing to the value that it wants? What is even the point of building this struct if I can't use it then? I get the schema, but surely there's some way to get to the value from... There's a JSON macro, that's not helpful. Wait, this... Wait. This one's... Assert a JSON... Why? Why is it like that? But yeah, I guess that's what it does. I mean, I guess I can create it manually, but that would be kind of... defeat the purpose of having that whole, like, derive macro and all. Well, what if I want to go the other way around? Oh, to value. Oh, here we go. That's what I need. That's what I need. Hello? Where's that defined? Well, give it to me! Where is it? To value. Give it to me. Unwrap. Thank you! That was way too hard. Okay, so we index a document here, and we... And so we basically need like a search API on the other end. Let's just do like a simple version of it so we can test this out for now. Let's do search returns. What should this even return? We need a conversation. And I guess it's search string. And then this return, what should this return? Just messages? Probably, yeah. Just like repeated message and I guess a count too, right? Something like that. So we implement this method here. This is just ActX web result. Both of these are. Oh, just result really. There, that's much simpler. And don't know why you didn't just do that to begin with. And then this is another async event search messages. I Can Digital, thank you for the follow. How are you? We need the conversation. And we need the text. Something like that. And then we want the same thing here. Of course! Glad to hear you're doing well. How's your weekend been? Search collection. And then what are the search parameters? Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Okay. I didn't realize it was gonna be everything. I guess it's really just, How do I create this without it being super annoying, by the way? Okay, default. Okay, it derives default. I was scared they were gonna make me specify all of those. Oh, what are you doing with Rust? Here, so this needs to be... types and models search parameters. We derive default here. Not derive, but you know what I mean. Q is text. query by is also text. You're just learning it for now, but you want to break into the blockchain space after you graduate next year. So like Web3 stuff then, right? And this is just okay. Well, what's got you interested in that in particular? So let's see, I'm sure there's a way to specify that we want to search for a certain conversation. Give me 1 second. I am back. It seems like a promising technology to you after reading the book Life After Google. I don't know that book. Would you like to tell me about it? Oh! Filter by. That's kind of... Wait, so you have to escape this then, right? I didn't realize it had like custom syntax. Surely there's gonna be some documentation for that syntax, right? Surely they wouldn't just make you figure that out by yourself. Wait, what? Wait, where's filter by? Oh, there. Okay. That makes more sense now. Okay. I thought this was gonna have to be included in the queue thing. Okay. Makes a lot more sense now. Thank you. I'm a lot less worried now. Okay, don't care about any of this. Here, filter by. Filter by some... format conversation. There. Core ops. What do you want from me? The hell's a core ops range? Huh? What is a core ops range? What do you want from me? Doesn't format just return... Am I being stupid? Doesn't format just return a... Oh. Very helpful error for me forgetting a comma. It's about how the blockchain technology has the potential to be the most disruptive piece of technology as far as the internet goes in our lifetimes. You're not 100% sold on the idea, but you'd rather learn Rust over Solidity for now. It feels like the whole hype around the blockchain has kind of died down though, no? Not that you shouldn't get into it if it's what you enjoy, but it feels to me like, you know, the peak of it is already kind of over. Do you disagree with that? So what does this return? This returns a... search result. Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay. I guess I give it the message. And then we do... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What do I have? Now I have a search result of message. Okay. And now what? In some ways, but the industry, like most things in tech, is cyclical. That's true, yeah. Honestly, you make a good point, Johannes. Maybe like maybe the cringe hype has died down, but like the like actually useful projects are only starting to emerge. Search result hit. Oh, here. Okay. So I guess that's what we have to do, right? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, you get like the highlights and everything. That's cool. And so is there like any kind of project you yourself would really like to build like in digital, or is it more just like a general interest in the field? And so I guess what we need is a result, hints, filter, no, map, which in itself is a... Oh, that's already a vec. Okay. A document, filter map, and then just to collect. And we're unhappy because... Wait, do I not own this? Oh, this has to be like a drain, right? And you're unhappy because this is still a reference. Why is it a reference? Can I like somehow do a... why is that? Why is it a reference? What's right? What do you mean? What do you mean? That consumes... What do you mean? General interest for now, plus Rust seems to be a transferable skill. Oh, for sure, for sure. And so you're enjoying it so far? Would it make a difference if I did it like this? No, right? Wait, is it just that this needs to be mutable? Oh! Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Well, we seem to have a search. That's good. We seem to have a search. So... you now need to do... oh yeah, and we need to return... we just return this directly. That would feel a bit weird. I mean, why not just return the result, this thing? Why not just return... oh, why lag, why lag, why lag, stop lag, why lag? Stop lag! It died. Wait. It's very dying. Oh no. Wait, are you back? It's back. I'll say you encountered a slowdown. Okay, so I did something rather similar to this a few years ago for a company. Unfortunately, my time at that company ended up falling through, so I never got to finish it, and I've just really missed Rust because it's such a cool programming language, and so I've been getting back into it through writing, you know, a chat server again, and it's been incredibly enjoyable. Rust is just so much fun. It's just such a well-designed programming language. How about we just return that directly? Type sends, models, search, result. Why not? Return it directly. Allow the API to do something with it. Input. Give me back that filter map though, that was useful. Self logs search. Z-Main Lua, thank you for the follow. How are you? Here, wait, what is that return? Confused. Oh, I'm not confused. I was confused, but I'm not confused. But yeah, I feel like async programming in Rust has gotten a lot better. Like, especially being able to use like async and traits now and things like that. It's like honestly really good now. No. Oh, this isn't async. Oh, of course, of course. Just needs this. And I mean, we do need this check first to ensure that we can actually search in this conversation. You were trying to choose between Rust and Zig to pick up after learning Python and C for coursework. You ultimately picked Rust because of those same reasons, plus Zig just doesn't seem like really mature enough yet. It does seem cool in a lot of ways, but just not quite mature enough. I'm just going based on whatever I'm in the mood most, Pika. Because like the point of the project is to have fun, so yeah. can't do it like this, right? No. What's a good way of writing this? Oh, that's simple enough. Just put this here and then an else and here. Yeah. Okay. And now we can just return a okay, proto search res message. Let's rename this to messages. So how long have you been doing Rust then, like in digital? I don't think you mentioned that yet. Now, why is it a Vec? Wait, huh? Oh. I don't remember undoing that. So you're unhappy because... okay. Okay. Iter. No. Oh. Iter. Flatten. Okay. Maybe. A few months perhaps, okay. I would say that's enough to like properly understand it though, right? A flat map. And then the collect has to be out here. And you're unhappy because from iterator. Flatten map collect. Thank you. You're unhappy. We don't need that. Just hits map? No, what? No, hit what? Wait. What? What? Here? Filter map. Are we finally no, we're still not happy. We are still not happy. Why are we still not happy? Here, flatten. I don't get it. Your instruction? Sorry, Lily, I have no idea what that means, so you're gonna need to explain it to me. Count is... result... count, right? And wrap or default. Cast unsigned. An instruction is just a bunch of bits, right? That I'm with you so far, yeah. What if I do collect back instead? Still unhappy. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Do we have an into for that, or where do we load the logs anyway? Here. And I'm assuming there's a from implementation for that, probably. Probably, maybe. Maybe, probably. Probably, maybe, probably. Map into. Yeah. Yeah. Into. No. Still unhappy. My goodness. Map into. No, we're still unhappy. Why are we still unhappy? From message is not implemented. That's not true. That's not true. You're lying. 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 You're so lying. In the case of RB64, it's either 16 bits with 01 being 0B11, noting that as a compressed instruction, or 32 bits with a bunch of stuff. You decode them and blah blah. In theory, you can cache the results for that decoding. Turns out caching it is just slower than decoding. And what were you trying to cache? You mean like the decompression? Or... like, I'm curious what made you like think to cache it to begin with. From message, but that's not true. Where's this implemented? What do you mean? It is right here. It is right here. You little liar. What if I cargo build? Will you have the same error? Or will you lie to me too? So just... why do you... like, why is the decoding not just like a table lookup? Like, why is it... why do you need to like even decode instructions? Why isn't it just like, because of states? What states? Instructions have state, okay? I don't think I know enough about RISC-V to understand that. Or maybe even processor architecture in general. But it's not because this impl is here, not in the other place, right? I don't think that makes a difference. Yeah, okay, no. Yeah, I figured this was gonna complain, actually. But so why you unhappy? Why you unhappy? What if I put this here? What will the type be? What is global? Oh. Well, but it's a message anyway, so why are we unhappy? Why can't we do that? Imagine your instruction has, let's say, 8 bits that change the way the instruction acts. Maybe 4 of those are used to tell what register, okay? I'll wait until Lily is back to ask my follow-up question to that. Why can't I do map in, like I do map into here, why can't I do that in the other place? Like without this, this would give you a Vec, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's an option Vec, and I flatten that to But I don't know why you're so unhappy. Why are you so unhappy? Vec proto message. Into. Why not? Why can't I do that? What do you mean? Really? That's the problem. It's just because it's not a Boro? Are you serious? Oh my, that's so stupid. Alright, I'll do that then, sure. At least that works. Cannot move. Okay. Map into. Okay. No, we're still unhappy. How about now? As ref. Okay, I guess we're happy now. Would it be enough to just do this and then do map into? Okay, oh my god, we finally got there. That was hard. Okay, so now we just need to call it from the front end and see what happens. What happened? Should we add some kind of indexing for existing? I know Discord kind of does that, where they like index conversations after the fact when you trigger a search for the first time. I wonder whether that makes sense. I wonder whether most conversations just never get searched. I'll just do it like this for now. Let's see how terribly everything dies when we even just try to send a message now. Oh, well, can't even start Docker. Manifest unknown. What? I've never seen that. Does that happen when it's unknown? What? Hello? I guess that means that, but it's here. What do you mean? What do you mean it's here? Do I have to quote it? Because it's quoted above. I don't think I have to quote it. Do you have to quote it? No. Okay. That's weird. I guess they have the version specified. I need to do that too. Okay, I guess that works. Strange. What is this thing doing? That's not how downloads work. Alright, well, it seems to be up. It's up and not terribly complaining, I don't think. Yeah, it seems to be running. Do I have to specify an API key? Well, let's see what happens when I start the server now. It's probably just gonna hard die, I would imagine. I would be shocked if this just works. Well, I'm not shocked. Connection refused. Oh, because this specifies the wrong path? Okay. The wrong port? Sure. What was the correct port? 8108, sure. How about now? Now it's going to complain about the missing API key. Exactly. What if we just don't set one? What then? What then? Oh, well, he's unhappy. He's unhappy. Oh, don't spam. Don't spam me so much, Scylla. Docker logs, or what was it called? I don't remember. Docker logs. This one. I guess you need an API key. Specify none if it's not necessary. I don't care. I don't care. My API key is now API key. Fuck you. That's what you get for making me specify it. I've sure shown you. Alright, does it work now? What do you mean? What? Okay. Guess it has to be like a whole thing. Where do I get the whole thing from? Where's the whole thing? This whole thing. API key. This thing and no prefix. Yeah, Alike. How you doing? Seems to work. Now though, what happens? What happens if I send a message? How horrendously are you going to die? Test. Ooh, it is dead. It is so dead. Document's ID field should be a string. Uh-huh. Okay. You say so. You're teaching dork? What does that mean, you're teaching dork? Welcome back, Lily. I'm doing well, thank you, Alike. Lily, I was gonna ask, so why... But why does it, like, why is it difficult to decode the type of the instruction? I would think that the type of the instruction would be, like, relatively simple to determine via lookup table, and then the arguments are what you need to decode. I mean, isn't dork just like a gentle insult? A contemptible, socially inept person. Is that what you're teaching? Hello, Cranberry, how are you? I don't know, I personally just use dork as like a super, like, as a playful insult. Yeah, same, you know, it's just a playful insult. Spherophoria, thank you for the raid. Guess what I was gonna do in a few minutes? How are you doing? How was your stream? No, I'll stay for a bit longer. I meant I was gonna raid you in a few minutes. Yeah, it's going well. We're trying out TypeSense because, like, I'm not using Elasticsearch in 2025. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you up to? Also, hi raiders. Hello. It's a technique using advanced search operators to find information on the internet that is not easily discoverable. Like the meaning of dork, apparently. And see, you could have just told me that instead of telling me to Google that. You left a huge wake of destruction. What'd you do? Just refactoring, or what kind of destruction are we talking about? Wait, but why do you need the, like... Why do you need the state bits to look up what kind of instruction it has? I get you, Spherophoria, yeah. But I mean, that's the best way to like, move forward, I think, you know? Make the simplest implementation first, and then, you know, fix your to-dos over time. Prototype mode, yeah. And so are you still working on like the barcode scanner, your digital fridge basically? No, what I'm saying is, why do the state bits even matter for the instructions, Lily? For, like, determining what type of instruction it is. So you did say you have to store each possible permutation of the state bits. But wouldn't it just be the instruction bits? You're making a neural network training framework and now a graphing library. But the neural network training framework was still for the barcodes, right? Okay, okay. I mean, it's just basically the same thing here. I guess it's just like the benefit of doing a project for fun, right? Is when you can allow yourself to get sidetracked and explore things, and, you know, I refactored the state a bunch, I learned about new libraries, it's just, it's the best way to learn. Exactly, the sidetrack is the point. It's like, people often ask me, like, when are you planning to deploy? When is it gonna get done? And I'm like, you know, if anything, I wanted to take as long as possible because it provides so many great opportunities to learn new things. But does the decoding still not have to be like a lookup or a match at some point? That's what I mean, like you need to... How do you then determine what kind of instruction something is? But yeah, it's the same here, Spiriforia. Like, it's like, I don't need to add message searching before I deploy it or finish it or whatever, but it's like, I'm learning something new. I'm learning about libraries to do it with, and I'm encountering new challenges, and those are the point. I was doing... Right, it was complaining that the ID field should be a string. Which I guess means that we want this to be a different type with a... I think Rust is super interesting. But it is like a rather specialized programming language in the sense that any low-level programming language is specialized to when you're either doing something really specific or when you really need to optimize for performance. Oh yeah, but then what were you even caching there, Lily? I guess I kind of don't understand what you were caching. Thank you, Alike. Lexon, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Or like, yeah, exactly, I mean, I say this a lot, like, I chose this project specifically because I wanted to do Rust again, and I am optimizing long before I even need to, just because I, you know, realistically speaking, like, outside of embedded engineering or doing it for fun. There's so rarely the need to really optimize your code anymore, because even phones are so powerful now that you can get away with just doing it incredibly slowly with React or something, you know? Like, it's crazy how much performance React wastes, and it just doesn't matter because everything is so powerful now. But optimizing is so much fun. I guess let's make this a search message and allow conversing between them. So this needs to serialize here, search message. That's fine. And you need to return a search message. And this actually has the ID as a string. I'm not an enemy to you, I'm an enemy to getting up early. It's just a meme ready, Malike. And so I guess let's like do the from thing here. And implement it for here as well. From search message. And this then just needs to be a... This can even be owned, I think, so we don't need to clone here. And this can be... Is it like U64... No. I forget. What is it? Parse? Unwrap? Cannot move out of... Can I... Can I not drain an option? That would be useful if I could drain an option. Rust option drain. Is there really no way to do something like that? I mean, there's an iter mood, but that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me! Well, we can just map here and do like, that doesn't help. What if I don't... You can take? What does that do? What does that do for me? But that just returns another option. What's the point of that? How about this? Let's see. How about map grain filter map. Something like this, maybe? Because this is a... Is this an option, or... It is, yeah. So we need to do like a filter map hit document map into, and then collect vec here. And we flatten here. We can't flatten because it's still an op. Then we iterate here. Oh god, this is terrible. Yeah, but it returns another option, so... I mean, you can, like, hold on, let me try this again. What if I just do this? And do this. Now then you're still unhappy. No field, what? Why not? But it's mutable. Why am I not allowed to move out of mutable? If it's mutable. What if I take here like you said? That makes no sense. I can just do this. That doesn't make it better. Surprisingly, that does not improve things. I was going to do... What was I gonna do before? Hits, rain. This has to be mutable. Drain. Oh, Laravel is great. As long as you put your braces on the same line, Laravel is amazing. Why can't I do that? If it's mutable, why can't I do that? What if I make this mutable? No. You just really don't want to work with me, do you? You just really don't want to work with me. Ooh, you finished writing your blog. What if I flat map here? Still get the... Oh, that... Okay, that really didn't help me. I mean, I don't know. What if I... What if here I... Rain... See ya, Johannes. Thank you for being here. Map. Filter map. Map into. Are we happy now? No. What if we don't map into here? I think we might be happy. I think we might finally be happy. I think we can actually map into out here too, right? Can we still do that? Okay, we're finally happy. Oh my goodness, we're finally happy. Alright, we have found the magical combination of words to make it work. And how about now? What if I send a message now? That worked! That worked. And tomorrow, we're going to look into actually searching for messages. Because unfortunately, I have to stop for now. Thank you for your company, friends. Thank you for being here and following along on this wonderful Rust excursion. If you haven't yet, I would appreciate you leaving a follow, as Matthias just did. Thank you for the follow. I love you all so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday, great rest of your weekend, and I will see you again tomorrow. Check out some of these links. Join the Discord. Check out YouTube. And I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. If you have a preferred rate target, do let me know. Of course, Matthias. Yeah, thank you for specifying, Lily. Thank you for specifying. Sure, we can rate that person. I will see you all again tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Much love, and see you soon. And bye 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 bye. Thank you for being here.